Where are we? Neptune. Oh, yeah, Earth. Yeah, right. Seven continents, 7 seas, 7 rings in hand, 3rd planet from the sun. Okay, I got it. Super Smash Brothers Melee. What? What kind of game is that? Yeah, it's pretty fun. Just a little bit. I only play it every now and then. In fact, you know what? I'm tired. Good night. Yeah, I can't even joke about that. I'm never once gonna do a stunt like that. I'm definitely a person that likes to commit to what is established. We do have a schedule. I'm here till usually around midnight. I'm always a big fan of announcing like when the last game is. I also just think that's just good courtesy. When there's an undisclosed, when there's a potentially unlimited amount of games you can play. So being able to declare when the last one's coming up, win or lose, it's good. GG.
Versus Falco. Ready? Go!
Nice. Good spot dodge. Good knockout. Oh, nice. Good punish. Nice.
Choose your character versus Falco. Ready? Go!
Good catch. Good combo. Nice. It's a great reflect. Good combo. Good jump. Good edge guard. Good scoop up. Nice.
Choose your character.
GG's.
Versus Fox. Ready? Go!
Up tilt. Oh, nice. Good dash back punish. Nice.
Versus Fox. Ready?
Oh, nice. scoop up. Oh, nice. Good combo. Nice.
Choose your characters. Fox, ready?
Good shield. Nice. Oh, I like that. I like that back air. Excuse me. Nice. Nice. Good combo. Nice.
Choose your curses. Fox, ready? Go!
Get up tilts. Nice. Neutral air. Oh, I like that.
Choose your curses. Fox, ready?
I love this song. Oh, who made the playlist? Da 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 ba ba da ba da da ba da 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 but I'm a now 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 now. Good KL, there you go. Da 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 Little Bomberman. I do want to stream Bomberman Hero in the future. That'd be a lot of fun. But I'll need to buy a copy first. I don't know how much used 64 cartridges for that game are. Oh. Good shield. I see the vision there. Nice. Oh, the scoop up. Good edge guard. Oh. Nice. Good recovery. Oh, good combo. Nice.
Choose versus Fox. Ready? Go!
I love this cover of Red Canyon from F-Zero GX. A remix of like the original Red Canyon from the first F-Zero. And it plays in the story mode when you race Samurai Goro in like a rival race. Nice. Good ledge grab. I like that jab. And the dash back, I see the vision there. Oh, there you go. Nice. Oh, I like that. Kind of went behind me with that down air. It's like a mix-up angle. Oh, nice.
Choose your measures. Fox, ready? Go.
I like that opener. They've done that a few times. That's really good. Taking note in the random battles where I might have Fox or Falco, just for fun. I'm pretty sure, yeah, that works in P+ too. Nice. That looks like a good read. Ooh. Good momentum cancel. Nice. Good KO. Nice. Nice. Good tech. Oh, I see the vision. Multi-reflector on the ledge. Nice. Nice.
Choose your characters. Fox, ready?
Dun da 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 na 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 na. The Bubsy Jazz Band. Hey! Well, we'll know if Ambi or Lasagna's watching. They'll be singing along, dancing, grooving. Dun dun da 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 da. My parents, my family members would too. I know my brother, dad, and mom would for sure. You know, you play this for my step parents and siblings, they'd dance too. I would bet some money. Bet $100 each. Oh, nice, good spacing. Da, 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 da. Good dash back. Nice. Good shield. Good combo.
Choose your characters. Fox, ready? Go!
Oh, there you go. Oh, I love the chase down. Nice. Oh, nice. Good KO. Good punish. Nice. Oh, good grab. Oh, I like that in air.
Versus Fox. Ready? Go!
Nice. Oh, I like that. Good tech. Nice. Oh, nice. Good edge guard. Good spot dodge. Nice. Good jump. Nice. Good spot dodge. Nice. Ooh, good combo.
Q versus Fox. Ready? Go!
Good punish. Good job standing in place, that was really good. Oh, nice. Nice. Nice grab. Good pursuit. Nice. Good punish. Nice. Good shielding. Good dash back. Oh, like the dash attack. Nice, nice. Nice.
Choose your characters. Fox, ready?
Good whiff punish. Excuse me. Nice. Laser. Nice. Nice.
Choose your characters. Fox, ready? Go!
Good punish.
Versus Fox. Ready? Go!
Good dash attack. Ooh, the jump ins. There you go. Good grab. Great punish. That was really good. Nice. Good edge guard. Oh, this has happened a lot. I need to redo that sound file, don't I? The Isle of Hags by remixed by Toxic Eternity. Nice. Good shield. Jeez. All right, let me grab that file real quick. Okay.
Versus Captain Falcon. Ready? Go!
I'll have to workshop that Banjo-Tooie song for next week. Like do some editing. I think part of the file just got cut, but then the length is still way past when it cuts out. Nice. Nice. Good forward air. Nice. Nice.
Choose your character.
Good KO.
Captain Falcon. Ready? Go!
I love that sound. The forward air on Yoshi's shield, or just shields in general. Nice. Look at the 2-hit. Good dash attack. Nice.
Choose your character versus Captain Falcon. Go!
Good punish. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I do like if you land Falcon or Ganondorf side B, there's like a lot of hit stun overall for like just great follow-up combos in general, combos and resets and stuff. Yeah, there's quite a few recovery frames on like block, but on hit it's pretty great. And yeah, you know, against Yoshi, It can really call out plays you try to do while you can't jump out of shield. And then Falcons or Ganondorfs can try to call out your shield drops like up airs, and it's pretty good. It's definitely been fun working with, you know, finding ways to interact with how you can't jump out of shield. So you try to like anticipate, read, / react to side B and neutral and stuff. Let me get some coffee.
Versus Sheik. Ready? Go!
Nice. Good recovery. Nice. Nice. Nice.
Choose your character. Versus Sheik. Ready? Go!
Good confirm. Good punish. Good forward air. This is such a good song. This is Urian's theme and Street Fighter 3 Third Strike. Good grab. Nice. Nice. Good throw. Nice. Nice.
Choose your character. Versus Pikachu. Ready? Go! Choose your character.
GG's.
Versus Luigi. Ready? Go!
Nice. Get down there. Get back here.
Choose your character.
GG's.
Versus Ness. Ready? Go!
Hey, what's up? How you been? Nice. Doing good, good. Good to hear from you. Hopefully you're having a good year so far. Had a good holiday season. I'm gonna play one more against this opponent. We'll go into classic mode. Good forward smash. Yeah, 2001. Good punish. Nice.
Choose your character. Versus
One more.
Ness. Ready? Go!
Forward tilt. Yeah, that initial knockback from Zero on Ness's forward throw is like really underrated in my opinion. That is a far distance for a 0% forward throw. It's really cool. Nice.
Choose your character.
GG's.
versus Mario. Ready? Go! Versus Team Link. Ready?
Nice.
Break the targets. Ready? Go! Versus Ness. Ready? Go! Versus Giant Captain Falcon. Ready?
Nice. How giant Captain Falcon's get up attack, like his kicks go right over Pikachu's head. That's really interesting. Like if you stand still, the hitboxes won't hit you on like neutral terrain, neutrally horizontal terrain.
versus Luigi. Ready? Go! Versus Team Kirby. Ready? Go!
Nice. Oh yeah, KO 64. Oh my gosh, that's right. That's a special bonus, and he gets 64 points. I love that. I forgot about that.
Ready? Go! Versus Metaphorical. Ready? Go!
Nice.
Speed.
Music glitch out. Hold on. Let's try this. Oh, there we go. Good song. Who made the playlist? Nice. Good set knockback. You gotta be really careful there. Yeah, Deus Ex is a great game.
Game over.
Untangling my controller real quick. Okay.
Choose your character, Donkey Kong. Versus Yoshi. Ready? Go!
Nice.
Choose your character.
GG. You just don't give them a sliver of what they want, and sometimes they just rage quit like that. It's so funny. Oh my gosh. I joke so many times we need to get a rage quit counter, but it's not even a joke at this point.
Versus Sheik. Ready? Go!
Conversion. Nice. Nice, good combo. Oh, nice. Good scoop up. Good KO. That part right there, that's like right between my natural like octaves with like my singing. That's Star City in Diddy Kong Racing. That's definitely a big thing in singing, is learning like your range, and that hits right between like my octaves there. The da 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 da. Oh, that's cool. Nice, good punish. Good punish. Nice. Good duck. Nice. Tech chase. Nice.
Choose your character.
GG's.
Yoshi, Donkey Kong, Samus, Mario. Ready? Go!
I'll be right back.
Player defeated.
Hola.
Choose your character, Yoshi. Versus Mark. Ready? Go!
Good recovery. Jump back. Nice. 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 Good edge guard. Nice. Nice.
Choose your character.
GG.
Versus Mark. Ready? Go!
Nice. That was cool movement. Good punish. Nice. Nice. Good counter. Good edge guard. Punish. Good punish. That was really cool. That's a pretty strict timing window to run up, avoid the stars, the ground pound, and then reverse up B for a KO. Yeah, a lot of cool things going on there. Ooh, good tech.
Choose your character.
GG.
Good evening. Yeah.
Versus Captain Falcon. Ready? Go!
Nice. Good DI. See the vision with those whiff punishes for here. Nice. pursuit. Nice. Good forward air. Nice, good punish.
Choose your characters. Captain Falcon. Ready? Go!
Nice. Good edge guard. Nice. Good KO.
Choose your versus Captain Falcon. Ready?
Good recovery. Nice. Oh, I see the vision with that wall bounce. Nice. That's cool. Good ledge grab. Oh, nice. Good mix up. Good tech chase. Good edge guard.
Choose your character.
GG's.
Versus Samus. Ready? Go!
Thank you. Yeah, this is from Tekken 6. Or Tekken 5. I really like it. The last one was from Pokemon X and Y. How's it going, Jade? Nice. The most I played was Tekken Tag 2 on the Wii U. My team was Kuma JC, which JC was Julia in disguise. Those are just my favorite and second favorite Tekken characters, so... But it's a great series for sure. Good whiff punish. Yeah, I was on Wii U. They had a lot of Nintendo stuff. Like, you could put Kazuya in a Mario outfit, Jin in a Luigi outfit, Nina Williams in like a Princess Peach outfit. It was pretty cool. Like, any character could be dressed up in the Mario costumes. There was a few Nintendo costumes in general. Good coverage. Nice. Yeah, it's really cool. Oh, you don't know many Wii U games, got you. It was a really good port. I actually, you know what? That's the last video game I bought at Blockbuster. Blockbuster was going out of business, so they were selling a bunch of their games. And so I got Tekken Tag 2 on like a really good sale. I think it still has its Blockbuster sticker on it. And I kept the receipt. I remember keeping the receipt, like the last Blockbuster purchase ever for me. Well, I guess unless I go to Oregon, but I didn't know at the time they were gonna keep one in Oregon, which is basically the 8th wonder of the world. Good nairs. Good missile.
Versus Samus. Ready? Go!
Oh my gosh, you were part of the demographic. Not in a shameful way at all. Like literally, you are data. You were the next generation of kids that got to see movies through like mail-in Netflix and then streaming. I was like the tail end of Blockbuster and the start of Netflix. We used that for a little bit, but yeah, that's a good like source. Like you as a kid were already using mail-in Netflix over Blockbuster. GG's.
F-Zero TV.
Alright, I'll do 2 more and then I'll do all-star mode.
Versus Falco. Ready? Go! Choose your character.
GG. Well, I was noticing that they kept having prepared punishes right when I ran in. So I was like, what if I just change my tempo a little bit? And I saw a few taunts, and at the poker table, that can mean like, oh, I might be in their head. You've seen Cars 3, Jate. The part where Jackson Storm tries to talk trash to Cruz, and Lightning McQueen was like, no, you're in his head. I was like, heck yeah. That is literally like getting people rattled 101. Like unintentionally, but you can take advantage of that. Oh, nice. Well, I'm not gonna say modern Samus, but it's so funny. I had a Yoshi rage quit on me earlier when I was DK. I just stopped running into their prepared like forward airs and stuff, and they just left. They had the stock lead too. It was really funny. Oh, I like that. Yeah, well, I mean, you saw my video about the vertical invisible line. I just think that's a good skill to have. Whether you're in a fighting game, poker, a racing game, like, what is the range that your opponents are willing to cross in terms of taking risk? And what have they rehearsed over and over, right? Constantly try to mentally gauge where they're comfortable rehearsing and where they don't want to cross it. Like, to them, like, taking risk is so foreign and scary to them. And yeah, usually like when they taunt, that's like a huge poker tell that they're like really uncomfortable and they're trying to get you to approach, thinking that you're gonna emotionally respond. And again, I think if I can make people forget that my character can't jump out of shield, has a Z-axis starting grab, and over 50 frames for his projectile, I'm flattered. Or when people say I'm camping as DK, I'm flattered, you know? The OG Smash Bros. Grappler. Like that. Like, people that rage quit when the opponent is adjusting their tempo, do they expect to, like, make it to top 8 at a big tournament? Because if they make it to top 8, usually the players that make it to top 8 at, like, a really big tournament are the players that are constantly adjusting throughout a set. So if they get angry at someone adjusting their neutral tempo, could you imagine if they start rage quitting on stage? If they make it? That'd be really funny. Like, that tends to be like a big plateau for like any fighting game player, is to be like, to get to like really top level play, you're constantly analyzing your opponent's tendencies and constantly like micro adjusting yourself if you feel you need to. You know, that's really important. No matter what character you play. But I was talking to Lasagna about this the other day. I think obviously Slippy has helped a lot of players get really good really fast, which is great in general. But in terms of like method of practice, I think some players really hone their rehearsal range, right? They grind like tech skill and like true confirm combos over and over. Their neutral, like, they kind of develop the habit of like their neutral being like super refined whiff punishing. Like, you're gonna run into this, you're gonna run into this, I'm gonna emotionally try to get you charged and potentially angry to run into my prepared hitboxes. But then if you don't give them that, it's like they don't want to admit they're being read. And so, you know, they rage quit. Usually it starts with a few taunts, but then if you continue to not give what they want, they rage quit. Or sometimes they try to talk to you after and project that you have problems in your life going on. I don't think they want to admit that their opponent might be trying to mentally map out their comfort zones and, you know, the rehearsal ranges. Oh, that's good. Oh, okay. GG's. Yeah, we'll play All-Star real quick. Missed Connections Goldmine. I told Scrub Quotes recently, I was like, guys, this is a Scrub Quotes Goldmine. And I think it's going unchecked. Like, gold mine. Like, the diamond gold mine. And it's still not being fully exposed. Like, to the point that a kind message is like an ultra rare platinum galaxy forged diamond amongst other diamonds of rage in terms of rarity. If you know the edge of their commitment range, you have a big neutral advantage. I think there's a lot of players, they are stunting their growth, not just as a competitor, but as a player, as a person. You know, now we're going to start talking about therapy, because it's true. Therapy is like when you can self-reflect and go, oh, I think I do this because of this. Okay, I'm going to try to readjust accordingly, and a lot of people can't handle that in missed connections, and unfortunately quite a bit of people in Melee right now, which is really sad. Oh, good shield. Another good shield. The tariff economy is making people more risk averse in economics, but in fighting games, I think there is a thing about, you know, people have access to games, and so they might not have they might not have like a fighting game, you know, mentor, right? And that's its own like can of worms, is how many Melee lessons are scams for your money, basically, like a ripoff, where they just tell you about like tech skill and, oh, do this, do that. But it's like a really good coach is like a really good music instructor. They understand how you play notes differently, how we all press keys differently. And so I think there's a lot of people that don't have access to like good instruction. And so they jump into Melee and they become pretty good, right? Because their punish game is insane. I mean, like let's say I'm playing against Pichu. Here's the Pichu player, and they're doing this, right? I'm Yoshi. The second I approach, they do this, and then punish. The second I approach again, they do this and punish. Oh, I'm approaching again, they do this, grab, right? Now, what am I gonna do? I'm be like, oh, see this tree? Right in front of the tree is this Pichu player's rehearsal range. It's the vertical invisible line. I don't know if they're gonna cross this line, right? And so I'm gonna test them. And then that's why I stand still sometimes. Like, I'll stand right in front of like the tree here, and I am saying, you're not gonna cross this line. And if they don't, that's when they start usually getting petty, how they rage quit. It's like they don't want to feel exposed. But like, to me, it's just like, and I've played opponents that try to do that to me, right? They'll say, oh, this is where you're not willing to cross. I'm like, oh, they're trying to gauge where I might not be comfortable. But because I've, you know, played grapplers since high school, I'm just like, hold on a second. Let me have them think that I'm not comfortable doing this, but then I'm gonna go for a hard read. And I think if hard reads are out of the picture for some people, yeah, that's not good. A good coach doesn't charge $60 an hour for brand new players. I agree. Brand new players, yeah, like if you're brand new, there should be huge discount fees. And like KC Blue said, he said that when he, you know, took lessons a while back, he was paying a decent amount of money, and then after the lesson he was like, oh, Lasagna was telling me this for free. That was funny. Oh, good command grab. People are so allergic to unreactable neutral. Oh, that's a good term. Oh, that's a good term. I never thought of that term. Unreactable neutral. You're right. That is part of the invisible line. Unreactable. Yeah, because they're so worried about that they don't want to cross that line. Like, I'll show you something real quick. I mean, you know this, but so right now in the Yoshi community, they talk about Ness versus Yoshi, right? And some of them say like, oh, Ness is a hard matchup. I think it's pretty even, but you know, Ness players have really refined themselves. I played one today, they're pretty good. But here's the thing. I am wondering how many of those Yoshi players that rant about Ness, they want Ness to run into their rehearsal range, while Ness is doing this right outside of theirs. And there's quite a few Yoshi players I know that a big part of their neutral is reactable parries, but this is multi-hit, right? This is multi-hit. So I think a lot of their anger comes from they put so many of their eggs in the reacting parry basket that when a Ness does this, they get really angry. And you know, to me, I'm like, if I'm getting hit by this, now I'm going to try to stay right outside of that range. And then I've had quite a few Ness players do this, and they want me to approach, and if I don't budge, sometimes they'll rage quit. It's just fascinating. And again, if you want to make it to top 8 at like a big melee tournament, you could get the top 8 without making hard reads. I just think you're kind of cheating yourself as a player if you don't hone things like hard reads, right? Not being petty. Oh, dash attack and egg play mix-ups. Oh, you're talking about when I throw an egg right above my head and I expect them to like grab in a lot of cases and it breaks the grab. A lot of that was like forged in the fires of like playing against Sheik, and I've been doing that since I was a little kid. Like when I learned that you can just lob an egg, like short lob an egg, I love it so much. And again, it's like over 50 frames, but I love it like this. Like creating space and testing the opponent on if they respect it or not. Me and Ramen Noodles and Lasagna always talk about and praise how Yoshi's egg and Mario's fireball are the perfect projectiles for testing how much an opponent respects or doesn't respect that and you in general. And if they don't respect it, you might be able to just rack up a lot of damage overall. Oh, and the egg lace. Gotcha. The parries destroy you. Are you playing Marth mainly? Yeah, if you multi-hit or grab, you know, you can punish a lot of parries. If they crouch in place for a while, they're usually going for a reactable parry. But think about the bottleneck they put themselves in. Again, parry's a good mix-up, and it's a good thing to have. But there are definitely a lot of Yoshi players that they honed their neutral and put a lot of their eggs into the run into this, you idiot type basket. I'm not saying they call people idiots, but you know the Family Guys bit where Chris lays the trap for Peter and he's like, ooh, a hat. Yeah, that's like Yoshi says sometimes. And if you know that there's a trap ahead of you, you can play around and like basically fly to Chris at the stairs, and they're not ready for it in a lot of cases. I mean, it depends. If they're ready for it, then props to them, but I've seen so many scenarios where if you play around parry, yeah, they start getting really petty. It's really funny. But see, again, I think, you know, T-Hawk and Zangief, the characters that, you know, I mained in second in competitive Street Fighter, and to this day, and, you know, grapplers tend to be all about reads and, like, patient neutral. And so I really did carry that over into competitive Smash Brothers. I technically started with Brawl, but then once I got into Street Fighter 4, only a few years later, I brought that back over into competitive Smash Brothers. And, you know, I'm so happy to play T-Hawk and Zenki, not just because I love them, but they really helped me, like, in that area of just hard reads, conditioning, patience. And those things I do, like dash attack or like a short lobbed egg in neutral, a lot of that really is thanks to those characters. Yeah, he does parry a lot. I really want to see people like you, Lasagna, and Ramen Noodles play players like him more. You know, like you said, his punish game is really effective overall. It's sad that he's a constant bad sport, because people like that, you know, I don't want to like encourage like a fan's ego. I will say though, I'm not going to be biased, and I will say, yeah, his punish game's good. He's a pretty good player overall. It's just sad his attitude's really bad. I think he's cheating himself out of becoming even better that way. And that being said, I would love to see people that know all about parry play this guy. I'm not saying, oh, they'll win or he'll win, but I just want to watch it. I think it'd be fascinating. Because last time I played him, that's when he used Link, and then he accused my DK of camping. And then he deleted those messages on the Yoshi Discord. It was really funny. He was asking, he posted my my code, which is PALK269, and he's like, who is this guy? I played Yoshi at first, and he was not happy how I played. It was so funny. And, you know, I had a Yoshi rage quit on me last week in the mirror match. Like, they were crouching in place, and I predicted a parry, and I threw out down air, which, you know, tends to break parry, and they rage quit. And I recognized the username. They're on that same Discord, and they're pretty active in, like, theory crafting and talking about, like, do this in the matchup and all that. And I kind of used that context against him. I was like, is this that Yoshi player that, you know, he's big on, like, if X do Y, if Y do Z? And I'm like, does he do parries like that? And, you know, if you go back and watch last week, I'm mentally trying to trace out what he's comfortable with. And then he quit. Did Ramen Noodles or Lasagna have the longer Yoshi streak? Neither of them have lost to a Yoshi in tournament. In Melee. They're big on that. Them and PJ. Though PJ doesn't play much, and obviously, yeah, I don't think I mean, all three of them don't really play in tournaments much anymore, and it's pretty understandable. You know, with the community and such, but they'll tell you at like the Friday bi-weeklies, they'll tell you like what they do in the Yoshi matchups. Hopefully they don't brag. I don't encourage them to brag, that's for sure. But it's fascinating, you know. It's, again, rehearsal ranges. Theory crafting. I'm actually optimal damage. Nice. Nice. Well, he didn't. Okay, Egg Money didn't delete the "Who's this player," but he deleted. He said he was kind of bragging about beating my DK as Link, and he actually said something a bit uncharacteristic of him. Let's say he said a swear word, and he deleted it, but I caught it before he deleted it, and I'll always remember. You know, again, the Jackson Storm scenario, that's a big poker tell that you're most likely in their head. Cars 3 is such a good movie. Jackson Storm reminds me of so many Melee players. Oh, nice. Oh yeah, I guess if you're going to the bi-weeklies, Jay, you're gonna be playing a lot of P+ Yoshi, right? Or have you played some other characters too? Those start soon, last Friday of this month. We should be getting event info soon. Oh, oh. Nice. Oh, the punish. Nice. Oh, I like that. Yeah, I know Lasagna wants to go to those. We have quite a few people that are ready to go to those. It is going to be Street Fighter 6 P+ every 2 weeks. And it'll be like just a big hangout. It's basically, they're basically like bi-weekly parties. Party time on Friday. It's gonna be like the old like Smash It Pew Pew karting game, or you know when Lasagna used to host like the Smash Bros Melee weeklies a few years ago, stuff like that. Ramen noodles, game cafe tournaments, just in general. It's actually Cameron's idea too. Like he does the seasonal parties every 3 months, but he actually talked to me a few months ago. He's like, what do you think about doing bi-weekly Street Fighter 6 P+? And I was like, heck yeah. Literally my most favorite fighting games, along with Street Fighter 4 and Soul Calibur 2. So there you go. I put Melee in the top 5. It would be it'd be P+, Street Fighter 4, Street Fighter 6, Soul Calibur 2, Melee. That's my top 5 fighting games. Jewelry, nice. Yeah, she's cool. If you don't have Street Fighter 6 yet, let me know. I'm gonna keep my eyes out for like wish list. Do you have like a console, or you know, or I'm guessing PC? Yeah, Yoshi's fun. Brawlcast, there you go. I will say, don't be afraid to play like Roy, Fox, and Falco though. It really, people are so worried about muscle memory and stuff being thrown off. Nah. I've played Yoshi in second DK in every game for so long, like, in fact, it helps you as long as you know to do the switch of I'm playing P+ Yoshi, not Melee Yoshi. You can just quickly, like, flip that switch. Oh, good scoop up. Oh, PC, gotcha. Nice. The dumpster! The classic Dark Rain line. The dumpster! That takes me back, like, Gosh, back to 2013. So, like, if it was like a Falco down air KO, but the KO was fast, he would like interrupt himself. It was really funny. The dumpster. That's such a good OG like term in competitive melee. Dumpster. Oh, nice. The dumpster. It is cool that Yoshi uses his eyeballs as a hitbox for his get-up attack.
Choose your character.
GG's. We gotta bring it back. That was funny. I don't even know if the dumpster is on like Smash Wiki, but it is like a 2000s term. It's so funny.
Choose your character.
GG.
Versus Captain Falcon. Ready? Go!
Nice. How interested am I using a second Street Fighter 6 character? Look who it is! We were just talking about Street Fighter, the bi-weeklies. T-Hawk and Zangief? I mean, Zangief is my secondary, but I want to continue getting really good with... I want to continue practicing Lily, mainly, right now. There's still a lot I need to work on, so... But my secondary is Zangief, just... I'm not going to be playing him in ranked right now. In terms of, like, I'm really dialing up my practice with Lily. Nice. The Lily guy isn't here. He definitely... There's definitely some red flags going on there. I hope he can fix that. Because it was getting a bit alarming. I was like throwing jokes at him. It looked like it was going over his head. He doesn't seem like he was reflecting on anything. It was like really concerning. Am I playing off stream? No. At the bi-weeklies I will, starting the last Friday of this month. But I only play on stream. The FBI tip hotline. I hope he's not a criminal. Oh, good grab. Shield grab. Oh, I like that. Nice. Hey, Charlie. Oh, man, we got all the fighting game community members tonight. It's like they heard the call. We were talking fighting games. I'd even say Mega Fistal. But there he is. Well, I mean, I am playing a fighting game. Who does Charlie main? DK? Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Cloister baiting out Raging Bull. Are you running Substitute? That's what I currently am doing. Substitute is so good against Raging Bull and King Gambit. Like, in general, like if they're going for the priority plays. But, next week, I'm definitely running Screamtail. I've never played her before, but I'm looking forward to, like, Quark or Protosynthesis, Speed Boost, Calm Mind, Terra Normal Boom Burst. And then I'm running Dazzling Gleam and Thunderbolt next week. She looks like a lot of fun. I've played her a little bit in random battles, so... And I've seen quite a bit of her be played. Nice.
Choose your character.
GG's.
Versus Peach. Ready? Go.
Raging Bolt's really good just in general. Nice, you confirm. Oh, Ice Shard on Cloister? That's awesome. I run Ice Shard on Abomasnow and it's a lot of fun. Yeah, I love running like plus special attack minus speed nature Abomasnow with Aurora Veil, Blizzard, Earth Power, and Ice Shard. He's got like 100 physical attack, like stab Ice Shard. I mean, that's an Abomasnow classic to the point that I can tell some opponents know that I'm going for Ice Shard because it's so associated with him. But yeah, I love that move. That's hype on Shell Smash Cloister. Oh, I like that. Good coverage. Good floating. Is there a certain Lily player I like? Excuse me. Oh, whew. My bad. I know Peru plays Lily. He was like a El Forte player in Street Fighter 4. And then isn't it? Oh, nice. What's his name? Is that? There's Peru and there's one more like really big Lily player right now that's going to a lot of big tournaments. I'm sure you know their name. Shell Smash Speed Boost outspeeds Raging Bolt. And yeah, no, yeah, Ice Shark keeps going. That's really cool, Charlie. I never even thought about that. That's cool. Isn't it IDOM? Yeah, Peru and IDOM, right? Those are the Lily players I'm thinking of. Oh, Hibiki, thank you. Yes, I'm thinking, yeah, you're right. No, that's it, you're right. Hibiki and El Chocatoy and Peru. Those three, that's, yeah, thank you. Yes, if you find tournament matches of them, or like ranked matches that a channel might have, send them my way. Because when I work on stuff, I watch stuff in the background usually. First impression out prioritizes Cloister. It does have 180 defense. I don't know if you're running White Herb, but... with King Gambit, I use Substitute and Terra Ice. And White Herb and 211 speed. I do 211 speed plus attack nature and then the rest of the EVs go into HP. And basically the EV spread is 252 attack, a little bit of speed to go to 211, and then the rest goes in HP. And yeah, that set has survived a lot of big trades with the amount of HP that given. And sometimes it's that plus Aurora Veil and Snow with the defense boost. Oh yeah, you can click Shell Smash more. That's true. It's really funny. Lily stuff with El Checatoy, okay. My big thing I'm trying to get better at right now is two things. Defense when I'm in the corner, because, oh, GG's. Defense when I'm in the corner, you know, because trying to really push myself and find creative ways where my opponent takes advantage that I don't have an invincible reversal outside of supers. And two, when my opponents box me in at like a mid-range where they can react to my drive rush, they can react to my Condor Spire, and walk up grab could be punished with pokes. That's a really good spot. And yeah, it's definitely fun trying to overcome things like that. Low kicks has definitely risen in usage overall. Yeah, I'm a big white herb on Cloister enthusiast. Maintaining that 180 defense is incredible. Let me get some coffee real quick. Oh. Okay, let me get All right, so it's clear both Ambi and Perucatus Colossus here will both be playing a lot of Alex in Street Fighter 6 when he comes out. Okay. Yeah, he's pretty cool. Don Dozo's really strong in general. Yeah, I lost to Don Dozo like twice last night on ladder. Really good Pokemon in general. Nice. Nice. Oh, Urshifu in National Dex. Yeah, Single Strike. Very strong Pokemon. I love how people were running protective pads against like all the Flame Body and Static Pokemon. Really cool. Like tech. That's been a thing for a while now for Urshifu sets. Nice. Yeah, Single Strike's banned in National Dex, right. I just remember back when he was like legal, that was definitely a set. And in draft leagues, like in general. Ooh, nice.
Choose your messages. Yoshi, ready?
Scarf Rapid Striker Shifu's absurd. He's pretty cool, very strong. I know he's legal in like the Woods Draft League as of right now. All those good critical hits. Nice. This is like, so this is Sega's official bounce of Hang Castle from Sonic Heroes, and I love the way that they incorporated like the lyric samples coming in a little bit later. It's like pretty distinct compared to a lot of like the game rip Hang Castles, which are fine too from what I've heard overall. But whoever at Sega decided to like let it cook a bit and then bring in the vocal samples, it's really cool. Nice. Alright, 2 more, and I'm playing P+.
Cute versus Yoshi. Ready? Go!
Again, Charlie, you are not talking to the person that you might want to be talking to when it comes to terms relevant and viable. If it has extreme speed, it is viable to me. It comes down to the player. I will run extreme speed Arcanine. I recently ran extreme speed Entei yesterday. I am, yeah, I'm not really big on saying like a Pokemon is relevant or irrelevant. You can say a Pokemon's meta, but I'm not going to be like, oh, Arcanine and Entei are not relevant. Never going to brush those Pokemon off if I run into them or if I want to try using them. Dragonite is really good. Yeah, I like Arcanine, regular Hisuian, and Entei as well. Nice. Yeah, like meta. Yeah. I'm so used to Smogon, like Smogon forum people that take themselves too seriously. This is not you, but I've seen the term like relevant and unviable from them so much. It's just like I have to make a disclaimer that's like, oh yeah, the Black Panther meme, we don't do that here. Unviable, trash, cheesy, corny, will never work. GG. Alright, let's go to P+. Oh, it's funny. Oh, they love the word fraud. Yeah, there's a lot of people unfortunately right now on like Smogon forums that take themselves way too seriously. And then they rant about losing to non-meta on the forum. Some of them demand suspect tests if they lose to something. It's so funny. Like, and I trust Smogon's like suspect test system because you know it's all vote based and just like council decisions, but I'm talking about people that just like will rant about a strategy they just lost to and then they demand the council do something about it ASAP.
Classic mode. Versus Ganondorf. Ready? Go!
Nice.
Versus Diddy Kong and Donkey Kong. Ready? Go!
1 second. Uh-oh, Charlie's got his takes. Uh-oh, Charlie, do you have Twitter open? We got some send tweets our way? Do 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 do. Da ba da da ba da ba da ba. Ba ba da ba da ba da. We got the whole squad here tonight. Ba ba da ba da ba da ba da ba da ba da ba ba da. Ba ba da ba da ba da. Ba ba da da ba ba da ba da ba.
versus Lucario. Ready, go!
Hello, Dialga, how are you? Hello, Lucario, how are you? Hello, Squirtle, how are you? Good, good. Good, good. Okay. Well, I hope you get better, Squirtle. Stay hydrated.
Versus Giant Marth. Ready, go!
Oh, where's Ambi? Where's Jade? I see Fire Emblem. They love that series. I hate it. Just kidding, I like it. I barely played it, but pretty good series. Just in general, you know.
Break the targets. Ready, go! Complete. Versus DDD. Ready, go!
I need a monster to clobber that there Squirtle. Is that what he just said? Is he English dubbed now? Marth can grab the whole stage. Pretty close. Giant Marth. John, did you know this stage takes place over Orange Ocean? I didn't know that till recently. All these years of us playing Brawl? I didn't know.
Versus Team Samus. Ready, go!
Oh, John's studying the neutral. It's John in a few weeks. The green Samus. You see that screw attack punish? But no, John's white suit Samus. Dang, the super scope shot, the neutral.
Versus Fox and Falco.
Oh, now these are John's mains. Yeah, all three of them. Now John's really studying. What's my favorite Lily super? I like them all. I mean, the one I'm trying to work on more is level 2. Like the jumping medium punch punish. Because I'm noticing a lot of opponents in master ranked are jumping on wake up. So I'd like to like work on calling that out more. There you go, Falco. Good KO. John, what's your favorite Lily super?
Versus Metal Louis.
Raging Slash? I don't think that's in the game, but that is a good super. Level 2, gotcha. Yeah, that's a good super.
Versus Team Ice.
No, John, that was not Shadow Clone Jutsu. That's the double cherry from Mario 3D World. They added it to P+. It's a pretty good item. Basically makes you ice climbers. Or gives you an ice climber effect. Makes you a puppet character. Like the ice climbers. Song's so good. A Brawl classic. A Nintendo classic. Shadow Strangler. Ah! Shikamaru? Yeah, he's pretty cool.
versus Giant Snake.
Possession Jutsu, pretty good too. Shikamaru's a cool character. I'm happy that he ended up marrying Tanamari. Good couple. Seems like a good, happy family. Ah, John, it's the character you used to impersonate back in middle school. Kirby, that pink marshmallow. Nice. I love how Ninja Squirtle has scrolls. That's cool.
Ready? Go!
Probably shadow stitching and shadow possession jutsu. Sounds good, Squirtle. He hasn't opened them yet. That's why they're not in his moveset. Actually, he's delivering them, or he's keeping them ready for Sensei Blastoise to use them. That might happen. I'll keep you posted on that. Him and his older brother, Samurai War Turtle.
Versus Sonic, Pit, and Olimar. Ready? Go!
That was pretty good recovery, Sonic. Okay, Olimar, I see the vision. Pit, pretty cool character. These are all cool characters. I don't think I've ever seen Olimar with all purple Pikmin, like the computer. That's funny. Oh, his knee pads are Pokeballs. That's cool. Okay, thank you, John. Looking into the setups if they jump on Wake Up, thank you. Da, 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 da. Good song. Good KO, nice. Alright, I'll do one more and then TF2.
Game over. Versus Ganondorf and Toon Link. Ready? Go!
Nice. Oh yeah, Toon Link has the Elvis guy's dance from Wind Waker as a secret taunt.
Versus Giant Yoshi. Ready? Go! Game! Versus Lucario. Ready? Go!
Practice? John, the bi-weeklies aren't for practice. They're for partying. Sorry. I mean, yeah, John, I was intending to practice. Don't worry. Practice my Zangief? Nah, you know, I'll play a little bit of Zangief every now and then, but the plan is Lily.
Versus Team Mark. Ready? Go!
Oh, John, what's this song? Jay, what's this song? Duel of the Fates?
Break the targets. Ready? Go! Versus Giant Kirby.
For real though, if you want to get better, John, I'm all right. I'll just do my best. One Friday a week, that's around the average, and I'm okay with that. Just aiming to do my best. Don't worry about me, John. It's all good. Thanks for the Lily help overall so far. Oh, there you go, Kirby.
Versus Olimar. Ready? Go! versus Fox and Wolf. Ready? Go!
I love how he has a tranquilizer.
Versus Mario. Ready? Go!
I love how he has Melee Link's forward smash in terms of like an optional third hit. It's really similar. They probably took a lot of data from it.
Mr. Game & Watch. Ready? Go!
Good up air. Oh yeah, that green's kind of. No, that's Brawl green. It's a good color. I mean, all these alternate colors are good. And default Mr. Game & Watch, that's a good color. Well, that's a good color. I've never seen that for Mr. Game & Watch. That's funny. Nice. GG's.
Continue. Game over.
Alright, TF2 10. Oh, oh, oh. He da da da. Scuba da ba dee. Scabba da ba doo. Scooby da da ba doo da. Do 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 do. Pardon me. Good kill. Nice. Good kill. Nice. Good kill. Nice. Nice. Good kill, good cap. kill. Good kill. Very Half-Life 1-esque this outside area here. Good kill. Yeah, I've never walked this outside flank from spawn, or just in general. It's pretty cool. Like from the back left, like L curve. Good kill. Good kill. Roblox rolled out their, I assume you mean, questionable age verification update. People in certain age groups can no longer talk to each other, so that means if you're 21 and have a friend that's 17, you won't be able to talk to them anymore. Predators can pick which age group. So yeah, that's bad. I know Roblox has a really bad predator problem. And I know like there have been attempts to fix that. But that you're right. I mean, it's not stopping predators from just changing their age. Really, I think the best way to combat that is you're gonna have to, you know, Roblox is gonna have to hire investigators, like people paid to spy and be detectives in the game, which is, you know, having moderators, like pretty like in-depth moderators. You know, you got to look at like you know, hire people to look at the logs, analyze behavior. You probably could save lives that way too, like easily. Good kill. Roblox roleplay games. They're dead. That was never my, I mean, I never played Roblox, but on like RuneScape and other massive multiplayer games, I never did stuff like that. It's not my thing. I know that Roblox has a lot of different types of games you could play. Like I've heard there's obviously like a TF2 in that game. I'm sure isn't there like a Pokemon or something? It's like, it's pretty open-ended with like what you can code. But I wonder how much this age thing's gonna drastically change, excuse me, people playing and stuff. But they really need to hire investigators, like moderator detectives, basically. I mean, I think a good moderator is a good detective, right? It's not just someone that's power hungry, it's someone that can look at like patterns, good kill, of like someone's behavior. Free-to-plays in TF2, they actually lifted that recently. Free-to-plays can talk in TF2 again. Ever since the bots went away. But I heard that because there's really not much moderation right now on TF2, there could be some really bad stuff said in casuals lately, from what I've heard. And, you know, unfortunately, I've actually come across it every now and then lately. Good kill. And, you know, when you see it, you or hopefully someone else calls them out. Like, we're talking like really like racist, you know, awful sexual comments. You know, it's pretty bad. It's definitely, it looks like a trade-off, but I don't want to trope. Good kill. Good double kill. I don't want to trope new players in association with this. Like, people are quick to just say, oh, it's the new players, make them silent again. It's like, I think it's more about naturally there are more people that can talk, so the rate of people saying bad things does go up, but I wouldn't just say the blame is all new players. It's more about we need to look at, there needs to be some way to look more into moderating like TF2 chat logs. Like, because the way Overwatch does it, at least Overwatch 1, but I'm sure Overwatch 2 didn't really change this. You know, Overwatch would look at your chat logs and they would listen to your voice chat logs. That was so smart for Overwatch to basically record everything that's said into games. So if someone got reported for being toxic, Blizzard could go in and just flat out listen and see what you were saying. So there's no way to dodge, you know, what people were, no way to dodge the reports, basically. And I don't know what Valve does. I don't know if they, good kill, record like voice chat. It seems more of a text chat instance, but that being said, that's actually a big reason I don't have voice chat enabled on these games, is because, you know, even if someone gets banned for saying something really racist, in the moment, if they say it and I'm live streaming, you know, I try to have a PG-13 stream, so yeah, I'd have to find ways to cut that out, and I don't want people hearing those awful things. That could really mess with people and stuff. So, but I don't know what Valve will do about... Again, I think text chat is more of a problem than voice chat. But we'll see. And in terms of Roblox, I mean, again, you just gotta hire... You gotta pay someone to be a pretty active moderator. Like, it's basically a full-time job. Good kill. There was a Pokemon game, but it got deleted due to copyright. Was it making money? If it's like selling like Venusaur cosmetics, then yeah, you're gonna get in trouble. Like, you know, that can't really be defended. But if it's just like a Pokemon mod and they're not making sales off of it, then should be fine, as long as they're not being like awful, like disgusting, not safe for work with it and associated with that brand. Good kill. You're glad a lot of your friends are 12 to 16. Yeah, you're all in the same age group. Yeah, I guess there are different age groups right outside of that for Roblox now that can't talk. You're gonna have a hiatus on Roblox. People are selling Roblox accounts to age groups on Facebook. Whoa. Number 1 rated Big Char, you okay? Is this your TED Talk tomorrow? Selling accounts, that's funny. I mean, that's been an age-old thing since like the days of RuneScape, but the fact that they're selling it based off age and not like level, that's new to me. Good kill. When you were a kid and had access to Minecraft, you had a weird obsession with trains. Sometimes you would build half-built trains and threw coal into the fire and rang a bell. Okay. Well, it's good that you tried. Yeah, trains are cool. Like, trains are just cool. You know, that is like just by default. You know, I live in Kansas City, which is the heart of the United States, and we have Union Station, which is a big historic train station that, you know, it had soldiers from World War I and II use those trains to go fight in the wars. A lot of sad stuff, and then there's a lot of things that respects the history of of my country, and they still have running trains there. It's really cool. But yeah, trains are just cool. growing up as a little kid, I definitely watched like Thomas the Tank Engine. I think that's just a good kid show. I mean, back in the day, you know, when they used real models. I don't know much about nowadays where Thomas is like CGI. I'm not gonna say it's bad. I'm not gonna say it's worse. I really just have not seen much at all. But I really liked in the old days about how the old Thomas the Tank Engine used real train models and a real real train sets, and how like the trains had steam and stuff coming out, which was so cool. And that show was made in the 80s, like it started in the 80s, so. You had your brother tried to be creepy in a, I don't know who Herobrine is, but they got immediately killed in the server for trying to be creepy. That'd probably be a funny video. Like things going wrong ASAP.
Alert. The control point is being...
You knew things were gonna go bad downhill ever since Roblox renamed friends to connections. That's pretty funny. You had the foresight there. Good kill. No, I do not know who Herobrine is. How long I've been on the internet? My email does date back to like 2003. Good kill. No, I think it's 2002. I'm remembering my first email, which was from my dad when he set up my account from work. Yeah, it was like 2002, but I do not know that one. Herobrine was a Minecraft creepypasta that took over the internet. Oh, see, that's probably, I mean, that's why. You know, Minecraft released in 2011, and around that, you know, I remember summer 2011 when Minecraft was taking off with the beta, and I had friends playing it already, but I played competitive Street Fighter 4. Like, there's like definitely like a life branch, and I don't know if I ever would have played Minecraft even without Street Fighter 4, but I can just tell you a lot of my free video game time went into competitive Street Fighter 4, so I just never have played Minecraft to this day. I respect it a lot. It's done a lot for the video game industry. I think it actually really helped a lot of AAA companies realize that you know, games aren't just all about like upping the graphics resolution over and over. It's really cool that Minecraft has like that, you know, literal block aesthetic as an HD game, which is really cool. I was born before TF2 was a thing. This is true. I was born in 1995 when Yoshi's Island came out. The best game ever. My friends don't know I play Street. That's really good. I gotta put that in the active games channel. That's really funny.
Our control point is being captured. We have lost the control point. Alert, our last control point is being captured.
1995 is when Five Nights at Freddy's takes place. That's cool. I actually did not. I knew it took place before when it came out, but I didn't know it was 95 specifically. And I know 2's a prequel. No, I think I did know that though. Didn't they disclose it was 95 in the first game? I feel like I did know that, yeah. Godzilla on Roblox, and you kept pushing your brother to click the roar button, he got angry. Oh. It's cool that you can have Godzilla in there. He got angry. Uh-oh. We got a troll on the loose. Godzilla versus a troll. The giant kaiju battle. With a party guy and a guy in the corner, they don't know I play Street Fighter. Well, I guess they know every Friday almost, if people watch. But I don't know how many people know that I play Street Fighter, but it's okay. I'm not trying to make some big campaign saying, oh, I play Street Fighter. That just really was high school. Is I had friends that got into Minecraft, and I was competing in Street Fighter, Pokemon TCG, and competitive Smash Brothers in high school. And I got back into Yu-Gi-Oh! Basically, all the stuff I play weekly is the stuff I was playing a lot in high school. Like, series-wise. I would be a good Five Nights at Freddy's character in the books. Hello everybody, my name's Spirefan and welcome to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. I'm not Markiplier, I'm not related to Markiplier. In fact, Markiplier's right here. Hold on, Markiplier, come on in. Hello everybody, my name's Markiplier. Welcome back to Five Nights at Freddy's. Now before you say anything, I actually don't exist. Okay, we'll see. Markiplier doesn't exist. I'm not in the books, but I've heard the books are pretty good, you know. MatPat, what is canon? That's a little scary. Yeah, now it's really horror. Yikes. Markiplier, yeah.
Mission begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4,
A sentient goo called Fazgoo, and it copies people. How many books are there? How many canon books are there? Good kill. You still have a Markiplier account. Oh, good kill. Good kill. The books aren't canon, but for a while fans use it as evidence to back things up. That's really sad. I really feel like if you're gonna make Five Nights at Freddy's books, like, I think it's important to commit to them being canon, and if they're not gonna be canon, like, it needs to, like, do some crazy like other universe stuff. I don't know too much about the books, but I really feel like there's a big opportunity like for making them canon, because if they're not canon, people are gonna, like you're saying, like if people use books as evidence, people will go, oh, well, that's not canon. Even if sometimes something that's not canon might be consistent with what a character does in non-canon. Like Star Wars has this big thing with, you know, Star Wars has the expanded universe, and Disney unfortunately did a weird thing where, good kill, excuse me, they announced all the expanded universe as not canon, and that already was a big red flag. And obviously, you know, there was a lot of expanded universe things that couldn't even fit into canon at times, well, a few of them. But in general, there was a lot of writers for books and games and shows that they respected the Star Wars source material so much they made it as if it were canon. So for Disney just to say that's not canon is pretty reductive and short-sighted. And now, unfortunately, when someone brings up an expanded universe point about a character that's well made, you know, you might see people going, well, that's not canon, that doesn't count, which is really sad because you know, a big point of those books and games and shows is it gave us more literal screen time with characters and locations we love. Good kill. You built a fishing place because you couldn't find a brick house you made. That sounds like a fun memory for Minecraft. Good kill. The week before is about Phone Guy's night shift. That sounds really cool. I'd be interested to hear more about that. I never read the books, but I definitely want to learn a little bit more at least. Hopefully soon. The marionette was in the Five Nights at Freddy's 1 location, but got stuck in the vents. That's pretty funny. That's a funny answer to how the marionette was part of the Lost Souls, but he didn't show up in the first game. Marionette's my favorite character. And then honorable mention to Foxy. Good kill. It implies that the marionette wanted to go in the vents in Five Nights at Freddy's 2, but saw the middle hall as a better entrance, and tries out the vents in Five Nights at Freddy's 1, but gets stuck. That's funny. I use Earthbound hit sound, so my hit sound is PK Freeze 1. And then my kill sound is the critical hit sound from Earthbound. You can get all the Earthbound trilogy sound effects from starman.net. Pretty great website overall. Hello, hello. Good kill. Do I think you swear too much? You know, I personally don't use like super vulgar language, and like obviously my streams are PG-13, so I joke to my friends that every now and then slip up an F-bomb. They're, you know, thankfully they're always like sorry. I keep my streams PG-13 just because I know that like family members and people of all ages will tune in, so I just think it's important to keep a good PG-13 filter. But the chat, obviously the live stream chat doesn't display onto the screen, so it's kind of like, in terms of like swearing too much, it kind of comes down to the meaning, but it's not like your messages pop up on the TV, because I know a lot of family members, I think like younger people watch on like TVs and stuff. That being said, you know, my thing about like super vulgar language is it's honestly just a fun way, it's a good way to like creatively push for your vocabulary when you can find other ways to say words. Obviously, like if I'm quoting someone, you know, what was that meme? Damn Daniel? Yeah, it's like that. There's a quote for you. But yeah, I personally just don't really swear much, and if I do, it's not really like vulgar. It's usually like, yeah, like a quote. In some ways, not having live stream chat on screen is a blessing. I think in a lot of live streams, there unfortunately are like people that feel really deprived of attention. So the second you give them a sliver of like power or a spotlight, they tend to like abuse it pretty fast, which is just psychologically fascinating. It's actually happened on my stream a few times. So when I started streaming well over 2 years ago, I knew quickly to like turn off Steam notifications and Discord notifications, just in general, just for like the future vision of, in case someone says like really bad stuff. What I did not think about doing, but I did a bit later, is turning off like people self-inviting themselves on Steam. Thankfully, Steam messages got turned off like ASAP. But there was a time I remember one time there was a person that invited themselves into my party. I barely knew them. I just happened to like accept their invite a while back. And while I'm streaming, instead of them talking in the live stream chat, they talked in like the TF2 group chat. And I wasn't gonna be rude. I wasn't gonna like kick them, but I did notice a pattern, good kill, of this person. It looks like they really wanted attention over and over. So the second they got a sliver of that opportunity, they just really wanted to take that spotlight. You know, there are Pokemon Showdown streamers that they have, I mean, I have to do this too. I turn off messages in Pokemon Showdown because, you know, people can just send awful stuff and it'll pop up right on the stream. So again, I'm always trying to consider the audience, so. I personally, I just don't take things personal. You know, we were just talking about rage quitters while I was playing Melee earlier. That stuff makes me laugh. In fact, I think someone that rage quit tonight just sent me some hate mail. I see some type of like message notification, so they might pop up on Scrub Quotes soon. That stuff's funny to me when people get really petty. And I think one of the best ways to call them out is to make fun of them. Good kill, because you hope that they start reflecting and becoming better as people. But yes, in terms of like hiding your live stream chat, good kill by the way. Yeah, there are people that, again, you give them an inch of attention and they try to take miles off of it, and I mean that in a pretty infamous way. You should have the Undertale Deltarune hit sounds for TF2. That sounds cool. Yeah, I love Earthbound. I think Earthbound has some of the best sound effects of all time. Really enjoy Earthbound sound design. Okay, I need a... Where's our medic? Okay, he just respawned. I was gonna say, I'm gonna try to protect our medic. There he is. Melee I was playing on Slippy, which came out in 2020 as a way to add rollback netcode, which is really good netcode overall. So every Tuesday, the default is I play Melee, like unranked and then ranked when it's open. Emotes and live stream chats can bypass the chat limit. You shouldn't have done that. You're talking about Twitch emote spamming. Do I telepathically communicate to whoever killed me when I say good kill? No. Just complimenting them on getting me pretty good. It's kind of like, you know, like when I was playing Melee earlier. There was a lot of good KOs people got on me. Is this some kind of Metroid stuff? You talking about Melee? Super Smash Bros. Melee is a good old fun fighting game. Good kill.
Mission ends in 10 seconds. 5.
Oh my gosh, yeah, Lithero. So I know Lithero because he was like the most popular, like top level Phoenix Wright player in Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Which, for people that might not know, like Phoenix Wright is a high skill floor, high skill ceiling character. Like really big resource character. He basically, you know, he gathers evidence and tries to prosecute you while in the midst of a fighting game match. And that's how I learned about him was, you know, he was really good as Phoenix Wright. I know he also played Beautiful Joe and like Amaterasu. But yeah, he's big on Dragon Ball FighterZ. Really good game. I like Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3. I like Dragon Ball FighterZ. I think Ultimate Marvel should have been default Marvel 3, of course. But rollback netcode is basically... So when you play online, like in a fighting game, you know, input lag has always been a big challenge overall for fighting games. Because let's look at Street Fighter, Ryu vs. Ken, and I'm in Kansas City. I'm playing someone in Los Angeles. I'm Ryu. I throw out a Hadouken, but in a lot of netcode in older fighting games, we could have Ethernet cables, and if the netcode's not good, my Hadouken might take quite a bit of time for their like system to register the Hadouken, so there can be a lot of, you know, input lag and scrambling delays. I don't mind lag personally, but obviously like rollback netcode is tremendous, because what happens is it basically rollback netcode, you program the game to kind of have an algorithm to predict what's gonna happen. So it's kind of nuts. Like, you basically are telling the game, like, hey, this Ryu player just pressed down and forward. They most likely are about to do Hadouken. So then the game, like, the internet, like, ping and stuff, it basically is predicting that you're gonna Hadouken so that it can be a little bit ahead. So there's basically, you don't really notice any lag at all in general. And in the rare cases that it's like wrong, if it's really good rollback, then you will have a slight like maybe rollback resync. But really the resyncs they're really not disruptive in general. And you know, me personally, I don't mind lag, but I will do my best to try to make my connection good just for the sake of opponents. But rollback netcode is amazing stuff. It is like we're living in the year 3000 with that stuff. And the fact that Melee has rollback netcode for free because Nintendo wouldn't do it is incredible. It's sad because Smash Ultimate still doesn't have rollback netcode. And Smash Ultimate's a really good game, but it really looks like Nintendo just doesn't feel like they need to budge to up their like netcode quality. Good kill. Which is sad because they have the money and resources to do it. Again, I'll play Smash Ultimate online, but I do feel like they are cheating out a big opportunity and upping their netcode. Good kill.
Enemy has received additional time.
Dante, right. I know he like, I'm pretty sure he talked about Amaterasu. He's done like Phoenix Wright, like he's talked about like Phoenix Wright, like how to play him in his opinion. He's given like tips. And I know he's like, because Ambi, one of my moderators and good friends, he was the one that told me in high school that Amaterasu's Cold Star assist is amazing for covering Phoenix Wright, for gathering evidence. I don't think Phoenix Wright's bad. I think he just has like a really high like skill ceiling and skill floor. He did get nerfed ASAP, which was really funny. Like when he went into turnabout mode and then people would use him as an assist for like invincibility frames. Yeah, that got nerfed pretty fast. But I really like characters like him. He's kind of like the engineer, like a resource character that has a really, really strong game state, but you have to work for it. You know, Phoenix Wright's like turnabout mode is basically a level 3 sentry. Have I ever had a Wi-Fi connection so bad I wonder who let the what now on my router? Who deep fried my router? I mean, there are times where my internet goes out and I'm like, oh, I might have to reboot it, but I'm not gonna like throw a temper tantrum over it or something. Yeah, that kind of stuff happens. It's alright. I'm actually just kind of grateful we can use our phones as hotspots. Good kill. my last salary job was like content marketing, and there was a few times my internet would go out and I had to work from home, so my option was to use a cell phone tether, which, you know, is definitely like overall getting to the levels of like a basic router, but obviously, you know, you're using your cell phone as a router, so it's in general going to be a little bit more spotty than the average router, but I'm just grateful that that is like a good backup option in general. Yes, I'm actually streaming from my cell phone, and I'm sponsored by the T-Mobile Year 3000 Matrix phone. Way ahead of its time. I'll tell you more next year. Oh, you have like a spotty connection? Oh, the Russian Badger. Yeah, I don't know them, but I know Lethero plays fighting games with quite a few people, even now, which is really cool. Yeah, Dragon Ball FighterZ is considered like the spiritual sequel to Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3. It's like more of a good Marvel game than Marvel, what was it? Marvel Infinite? Marvel Infinite, it just was like a half-baked game with some bad decisions, which is really sad. Because there was definitely some cool stuff in it, like Jedha being playable, Sigma, Ultron, Black Panther, Winter Soldier. Was it Black Widow? But they removed all X-Men characters. That was nuts. When the original Marvel versus the original Marvel Capcom fighting game was an X-Men fighting game. So it's actually nuts that they made a Capcom Marvel fighting game without any X-Men characters. Like, not even Wolverine and Cyclops were in it. So that was a huge, huge blunder. Like, it's like, yeah, like Captain America is like, you know, the Ryu, the Superman of Marvel. But in terms of like their roots, and Captain America is my favorite comic book character, it is nuts that they had no X-Men character in a Marvel vs. Capcom game. Huge, 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 huge blunder. And that was like, supposedly that was Disney being really petty about they currently, at the time, didn't own the movie rights to X-Men, but they owned the comic and video game rights to them, but they still decided to not, again, even put Wolverine and Cyclops in that Marvel game. That's so bad. And then they did another sin. All the Marvel characters were given like new theme songs, and they were all like orchestrated and just overall like not as catchy. And I don't mean that to undermine the composers, but like it was like they went out of their way to say, nah, we don't want Captain America's theme to be da 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 da. You know, we want it to be a big MCU like orchestration, which is ironic because Cap's theme in the MCU is really good and memorable. So they just did weird blunders over and over, which, by the way, Cap's theme is so good that it stayed in the game anyway as like the end credits theme along with Spider-Man's theme. But still, people are like, wait, you remixed Cap's theme again and Spider-Man's theme and you didn't use it as their character theme? Oh man, that does sound like Capcom fighting back a bit. Didn't they copy and paste Dante's model for Marvel vs. Capcom 3? I think they copied a lot of game models. but it didn't have Ultimate Marvel 3's like kind of cell shading, like lighting filter on it. So that's why a lot of the models just kind of look unfinished. It's good kill. It's so sad. Like, people were gearing up to play a new Marvel vs. Capcom game. But, you know, my favorite comic book villain is Shuma Gorath, and he's been in since Marvel Superheroes. I guess he wasn't in Marvel vs. Capcom 1, but he's in most of them. And, yeah, he wasn't in Infinite, and they took out a lot of characters. It's insane. Especially when you see how big of a roster 2 and 3 had. And it's like, if they're hey, that's a good point about Dante's model. If they're gonna port game models and animations, you could just keep like all the characters from 3. That would have been better. Like, Marvel 2 was already a giant like resource. It already was a giant like resource recycling game. I don't mean that in a bad way. Marvel vs. Capcom 2, like, supposedly the story is this: Capcom was about to lose the licensing. So they're like, all right, let's just make one big bang, like one giant parting shot of a game before we lose the Marvel license. And they just grabbed a bunch of their Marvel fighting game assets and put them all in a game and called it Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Now, of course, they did edits and stuff. But the fact that they went from that to Marvel Infinite, where they couldn't really commit to anything. They just really could not commit to an angle. It's really sad. So, this new Marvel game, made by the Guilty Gear devs, looks really good. Looks like they really love the Marvel license, which is really important. You gotta have that heart. It looks good. Dragon Ball FighterZ is still going strong, which is awesome. Dragon Ball FighterZ is what Marvel 4 should have been. So no wonder so many Marvel players went to and continue to play Dragon Ball FighterZ. Dragon Ball FighterZ is the Street Fighter 6, you know, Project Plus, you know, PM of Dragon Ball games, like Dragon Ball Fighter games. It's kind of like, we're actually already seeing it. They're already trying like other Dragon Ball games. I don't mean to undermine other Dragon Ball games, but we're already seeing this effect play out where they try to push for new Dragon Ball games or new Shonen Jump fighting games, right? And they just do not have as much polish and depth as Dragon Ball FighterZ. Now, to be fair, at least Sparking Zero was pretty good at carrying over Tenkaichi 3 like assets and roster size, so that good for them. The sad part is I think Sparking Zero lost a lot of its player base lately, but Dragon Ball FighterZ just has really good competitive depth, good polish, an amazing roster in general. It's TF2. Yeah, here I am saying P+ in Street Fighter 6, where, you know, it's like the games are so good that they don't even have to make a sequel, right? It's like, it's so good. Keep adding to these games, because if you're going to try to top it, that's going to be really, 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 really tough. It's going to be tough even just matching it. And yeah, TF2, perfect example. Like, it's so good to the point that Valve on record has said that they basically just plan to keep the game updated and circulating. I know people overreact and complain about like, oh, Valve, update TF2. But you know what? I'm just glad the servers are alive. The game has been popular since 2007, and Valve supports like competitive, unlike Nintendo really with like, you know, Melee. Well, Melee's got its own problems with some really like socially stunted, immature scumbags. To say, you know, scumbags, losers. It's got people that are really bad. But that, regardless, Valve is amazing with how good, I mean, like downright actual sore winners, losers, by the way, in Melee. And like in terms of social skills and being just insecure bullies, they are just full-on losers. Quite a few in Melee right now, and they're kind of in a bad echo chamber. So there is a side where it's like, no wonder Nintendo doesn't support this. But even before they were like outed, like even in the 2000s, Nintendo was always like not really much supportive of competitive Melee. Meanwhile, Valve was like, oh, you guys are doing competitive tournaments? Do you guys want in-game medals and announcements about that? Which is really cool, you know? You can like go to your TF2 game page on Steam, and whenever there's a big like Highlander tournament, there's usually an announcement about it, which is really awesome. But yeah, Dragon Ball FighterZ, it's so good that it's like, what Dragon Ball game's gonna top this? And it's like, you know, guys, you could just keep updating fighters. People will give you money, and anyone that complains saying, no, we want a new game, it's like, do not give that like vocal minority any power, because Street Fighter had that problem. I was there. I remember like competing in Street Fighter 4, which is, we were talking about this earlier, Street Fighter 4 is a top 5 fighting game for me. And so, you know, in the midst of the 2010s, when Ultra Street Fighter 4 and Arcade Edition were doing so well, you know, the roster was diverse. It was just a really fun time to watch and play overall. Whenever like a big like internet page or like even like a Capcom video would talk about Street Fighter 4, you would have like a vocal minority that's like, boo Street Fighter 4, give us Street Fighter 5, I'm tired of Street Fighter 4, give us Street Fighter 5. And I'm like, man, Street Fighter 4 is really good. Like, I'm not against Street Fighter 5, but it's gonna need to match 4, which is really hard. And lo and behold, Street Fighter 5 got super rushed. So it's like, I'm in a similar boat with Dragon Ball FighterZ, where it's like, if people are like, give us a new game, I'm like, I hope it matches Fighters in terms of quality, so. As a joke, they should have brought Frank West from original Marvel 3, where the plumber made zombie noises. Wait, the plumber made what do you mean? I mean, I love Frank West. I'm glad he made it into Infinite. Frank West is on my Tatsunoko vs. Capcom team. Oh, no, good push. He's a lot of fun. Yeah, I love Tatsunoko vs. Capcom. That's definitely my honorable mention amongst like my top 5 fighting games. But yeah, Tatsunoko, I love. So I main like Frank West and Mega Man Full Nut, and it was really cool to see like Legends Mega Man in there. Oh, Plunger. Okay, okay. The Plunger made zombie noises. That's a funny, like, I assume that sounds like a glitch. Yeah, the Phantom animatronics in Five Nights at Freddy's 3 were pretty cool. I do think the Phantom animatronics, I understand that they were kind of a mechanic to psychologically punish like the ventilation mechanic, like if you were like being incompetent there. Excuse me. I will say, it kind of felt like the Phantom animatronics looked like a little bit of like, not a bad thing, but I think it was definitely like compensation for how there was only one animatronic. So it definitely filled out like a jump scare thing, which you got to be careful with jump scares, because if you overdo it, it's gonna really cheapen the horror. I don't think the Phantom scares ruined the game though. 3's really good, so pretty witty way to do that. Nintendo has shut down Smash Ultimate Melee turns because they don't profit off of it. They could. I mean, they've tried like sponsor affiliations with it. I will say, like, this kind of circles back to, you know, Smash Ultimate doesn't have rollback netcode. Melee does have rollback netcode, but it was fan-made. And unfortunately, Masahiro Sakurai is still a little bit stubborn. I like the new Kirby Air Ride game, but, you know, Brawl was Masahiro Sakurai at his max pettiness. I'm gonna do one more map, by the way. And, you know, look at tripping, look at how all the melee mechanics were gutted. And so I actually think Sakurai has a big say in competitive Smash Brothers, which is sad because, you know, he's gone on record saying, you know, this isn't a fighting game like Street Fighter or Fatal Fury, but he's a big fighting game fan. You know, I think that played a big factor in how Terry was represented in Ultimate. And I think it's sad. I think he's cheating out. You know, I just played Melee today, and I play Melee and P+ every week on schedule. And there's a lot of just great competitive depth to those games, and that's it. Nintendo, that's its own problem too. Nintendo, unlike Sega, is a lot more disconnected from its fan base. I mean, they're literally in Japan. Like, the main developers are in Japan, to the point that before Reggie retired, he was the one, recently it came out, Reggie was the one that got Nintendo of Japan to get the train rolling for a new Metroid Prime. Like, supposedly, if it weren't for Reggie, we probably might have waited many years from now for a Metroid Prime 4. But Reggie was the one that was like, hey guys, where's Metroid Prime 4? A lot of fans want to play it. So if it took that long, you know, from Metroid Prime 3 to 4, it was 18 years. I'm a patient guy, but I am going to recognize that's a bit of a problem. And, you know, I don't know how many of you guys have seen Smiling Friends, but, you know, they did that Gwimbly episode. That was a great episode, just in general. And it called out companies like Nintendo that, you know, they're my IPs and I have every right to sit on them if I want to. And it's like, you know, unfortunately, once an IP becomes so cherished and well-loved, I do think there's kind of a social accountability that comes into effect where people want to give you money for an F-Zero, a Metroid, a Star Fox game, Star Tropics, and they won't do it. Metroid finally is getting games, but again, it took Reggie for at least a few times, at least once, to tell Nintendo of Japan, like, hey, we should make a Metroid Prime 4.
Mission begins in 10 seconds.
You only played which Street Fighter version? I got into competitive with, Arcade Edition. When Arcade Edition came out, Best Buy had a tournament. And I went to the Best Buy tournament, and I met my mentor, J-Spot, who's one of my moderators. Good kill. He taught me so much in just, like, fighting games, life, PvP in general. I have so much to thank for him. And all for free, by the way. Talk about a good person. He just loves Street Fighter and just fighting games in general. So I got in with Arcade Edition, which, by the way, yeah, 3D Edition came out around the same time. I love 3D Edition. Obviously, it was not balanced because you could do charge moves like Sonic Boom and Air Slasher by just touching the touchscreen. So it bypassed all the charge time. But honestly, Street Fighter 3D Edition was kind of like Brawl Minus for Street Fighter before, like, Omega Edition even came out. It was so broken but so fun because of how broken it was, and it was portable 60 frames a second. Really cool. I like that a lot. Good kill. You know what, Street Fighter 3D Edition has the most playtime of any 3DS game I own. I love that the 3DS kept track of playtime. And Street Fighter 3D Edition has the most playtime of any 3DS game. That's because in high school, basically, like, all my teachers, my junior and senior year, honestly, my teachers in general, seriously, now looking back, I think every single teacher I had, obviously aside from music, because your whole time is, like, practicing, but anytime there was, like, a little bit of downtime in my classes, all of my high school teachers allowed us to, like, either, like, be on our 3DSs, or I brought cards, like, would test my Yu-Gi-Oh or Pokemon decks. Obviously, if it's like a computer class, even then the teacher was like, oh yeah, you can just like go on Smash Wiki, basically. Like, she allowed me to go on Smash Wiki freshman year. Anyway, yeah, between school and like vacations, I got a lot of Street Fighter 3DS game time in. It was just fun to go to training mode and practice like highly technical characters like Ged and Seth that had really high skill ceilings. They were my pocket characters along with Hakan. And super fun, super fun. Just like testing them all the time. And again, 60 frames per second on a 3DS, which is really cool. Patches ruin the scene for fighting games. I disagree. Patches are important for bug testing and understanding if something is over-centralized. It's not patches that's the problem. It's the problem of incompetent devs that might not have competitive players giving feedback. And, you know, that's when the who at this Smash Bros studio is really good as Ganondorf to keep getting him nerfed throughout patches. Or the main joke was Greninja, because in Smash 4 Greninja got nerfed multiple times and he wasn't like super meta throughout Smash 4, so people would joke saying who at Sora is really good with Greninja. But it's a combination of devs that don't have like professional players giving feedback, and then rage quitters, good kill, that are emotionally charged and ranting to the developers to nerf a character they just lost to when they should be reflecting upon how did they get outplayed. I think patches is important. Now, is there a merit to being really careful with patching a game? Yes, because if you're careful with your patches in terms of like rates, then players will have to adjust, right? That's important. I think it's an important merit to be like, what are you gonna do about it, you know? You know, Falcon can stomp knee Yoshi at like 40% and get KOs in a lot of instances in Melee. Melee's not being patched. What will I do about it, right? There is a benefit to that. How can I adjust? But in terms of modern fighting games, it's important to look at strategies that might be over dominant. You know, I have my custom Pokemon format, Highlander, and I just released an update the other day, and it had a little bit of patches. I patched Articuno, his regular and Galarian form, and I patched Tapu Koko, and they both got one thing changed to their attacks. But that was me analyzing like competitive data from them for years. And whenever I change Pokemon, I never want to diminish the skill involved from players. We've had so many players pull off amazing strategies that on paper look broken, but I'm always like, who played this? Oh, Ryan Green versus a newer player? Yeah, props to the newer player for not giving up. I'm not kidding. Yeah, Lasagna's here. He knows. Ryan Green is, in my opinion, one of the best Pokemon players in Kansas City, and I just think in general he's just a really good card game strategy player. And so the context that Ryan Green found these amazing strategies, and he worked for his damage, he worked for his KOs, he worked for his wins, it's like, I'm not gonna nerf these cards. Good kill. And on the opposite end, a player shows up, they use a Pokemon, and then it happens to be that this Pokemon is super over dominant after multiple games. You know, I'm not gonna have, you know, if someone shows up, they win a tournament, they beat Ryan, they beat other players, I'm not gonna go, what did they use? Camerupt? Nerf Camerupt. I'm gonna be like, okay, cool, they went with Camerupt. But then after months, if other like new players or players are, you know, just dominating with Camerupt, and I'm like, what's the counterplay here? And then usually I'm consulting Ryan. I'm talking to Ryan. I'm like, hey man, what are your thoughts on this? And Ryan's a cool, down-to-earth guy in general, and he'll be like, yeah, I tried to prepare counters, but they just, you know, the rushdown is so high, the energy to damage rate is really, you know, cheap, like literally cheap, like the cost. And I'll be okay, that's good to know. And then that's when I'm like, okay, I'm gonna update this. And I think that's important, you know, because my goal for Pokemon TCG Highlander is work for your KOs, work for your wins. And when you work for it, if it looks broken, that's awesome. You're doing your job. It's like a fighting game. Oh, this Zangief player landed spinning pile driver on me 3 times in a row. Nerf. No, you got grabbed 3 times in a row, my guy. Like, that sounds like you got conditioned. Yeah, his spinning pile driver is supposed to do a lot of damage. You know, you got to be careful with that stuff. Ultimate got into drama because it can't decide if it's casual or competitive. That's definitely also a big Sakurai thing. He's gotten a little bit better. Like, Smash 4 and Ultimate are a lot faster than Brawl. And don't get me wrong, I love Brawl. Brawl was my first competitive Smash Brothers game. But I can't deny how petty Brawl is in terms of it gutting the melee mechanics. So he has got good kill. He has gotten a lot better overall about the game being a bit faster. But yeah, there's definitely, I think there is a fork in the road by now with Ultimate where it's like, are you going to go further as a competitive game, or does Sakurai is he still scared about little Timmy's older brother wave dashing all over the place? And it's like, hey Sakurai, I know you gutted Melee's physics for Brawl because of stuff like that, but Mewtwo King was still winning a bunch of tournaments. Like, Mewtwo King is one of the best Brawl and Melee players, and Mewtwo King's just one of the best Smash Bros. Players in general. So you can take wave dashing and dash dancing out of Brawl, but you can't take the fundamentals out of Mewtwo King. You can't take the experience out of little Timmy's older brother compared to little Timmy. So, Best Buy Ultimate event. Oh yeah, Smash 4. Yeah, I remember that. That's where Jay Slow and Trey and I think Dead James were there. They were passing out the Smash It Pew Pew card and game banners. I remember I had a house party with all of them there, and I was like, guys, this Best Buy events are about to come up, and we're like, oh, we should make flyers. What a good memory going into summer 2014, aka what I think is one of the best periods in all of Earth's history. That's when you joined the scene, Lasagna. Okay, let's see. I know you guys have said a few things. Let me see what you guys are saying. F-Zero mentioned, yeah. Hey, I plan to play GX later this year. I want to beat all the cups on all difficulties. Yeah, GX, AK, one of the best games ever made. You feel like Sakurai is glad that Smash Bros. Is as popular as it is, but I think he doesn't want the game to be compared to other fighting games and doesn't want a competitive scene. I think he's kind of more of a fork in the road by now, because the Yoshi player Amsa, you know, considered one of the overall best Melee Yoshi players ever. He actually beta tested for Smash Ultimate, and that's why he doesn't compete in Ultimate, because he feels like it's unfair that he had extra time to practice the game. So it's kind of like an honor thing where it's like, hey, like Sakurai invited me to play test Ultimate, because in Smash 4 he mained Greninja. So Sakurai definitely has invited top level Smash players for Ultimate, and I mean, they had the Ultimate Invitational with competitive players. I think he's warmed up to it more, but again, this goes back to Nintendo's big disconnect. You know, unlike Sega, Nintendo of Japan has a really big disconnect with their consumer base, to the point that Reggie Fils-Aimé was like, hey guys, where's Metroid Prime 4? And you know for a fact that I bet Reggie did ask for Mother 3 multiple times. Earthbound 2. You know, and it's just sad that... the reason I say Sega is because Sega, especially starting in the 2010s, Sega started being really down to earth. Like, Sega of Japan, they were like, you know what? we need to up our marketing team. We need to up especially our US staff to like really listen to what people want. And you know what happened? Sonic Unleashed came out in 2008. Sonic Unleashed is half of a good game. The other half is eh. And then they heard how many people are like, man, Sonic Unleashed is half of a great game. And they're like, you know what if we just took that half and doubled it with a new game? And bam, Sonic Colors 2010. ASAP became my favorite Sonic game. And then from then on, Sega just kept like listening. Like, look how good Sonic Racing Crossworlds is. Sonic Generations was good. Obviously, things like Sonic Forces could have been improved upon. Good kill. But you know what? At least they kept committing to certain things that worked. They experimented with the avatar system. I think it got a little bit crowded. Sonic Mania. Sonic Mania is insane. Sonic Mania is insane to this day. I sit there and I'm like, you're telling me like really competent ROM hackers and a fan composer got on Sega's payroll to make an official Sonic game? That is literally hiring P+ developers for a new Smash Brothers game. Or if Sakura is like, hey, you know what? For Smash Ultimate, I'd like for there to be an alternate game mode with melee physics, and I'm gonna hire the P+ devs to implement stuff like that. Like, that'd be amazing. So yeah, Nintendo, unfortunately, well, I'm happy for Nintendo's success, but because Nintendo is like overall like the #1 most profiting company in Japan right now, I really feel like they probably don't have any feeling to budge, which is sad. Me and Lasagna here, we have talked multiple times about good kill. You are in a position where you have to actively try for years to lose money. Like, they still have like Wii profit money, and it's just like, now's the time to make new Star Fox games, make new F-Zero games, make even more Metroid games, Star Tropics 3. Hey, you know, it's like, what's gonna happen? You're gonna lose money at worst? Oh, yeah. I think if you hired competent developers that want to work on these games, you're probably gonna make your money back and then some. So it's just sad. And I know people can say, "Oh, you're not a developer." Easier said than done. And it's like, you know, we can go down the slippery slope of I'm not technically a CEO of Nintendo, but it's like, you know, me personally, from experience of marketing, you know, understanding like, you know, what makes for like really good games in terms of like, you know, general review scores, you know, like Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Metroid Prime, there is a rhyme and reason. There are patterns to what makes for good game design. You know, regardless of opinions, I will say, you go on like Metacritic, you go on multiple review sites, and lo and behold, oh look, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Prime 1, Metroid Prime 2, they're all Mario Galaxy 1 and 2. They're all considered some of the best video games of all time. I wonder why that is, right? And it's like, can we implement things similar in this game to other games? Or look at Baldur's Gate 3. I just played Deus Ex for the first time almost a year ago, and that definitely deserves all of its praise and then some. In general, it is like, not only is it like a big like philosophy game, but it's kind of a free-form game. Like, you can solve problems how you want to solve problems, but you have to be careful with your resources. Oh wow, that sounds similar to Baldur's Gate 3 in terms of like this sandbox of like, here are all your options, how are you going to solve the problem ahead of you? Oh, also just good narrative effort, like a lot of voice lines in general. You know, it's kind of crazy how that can go a long way. Your first Smash game was on 3DS. That's awesome. Yeah, Smash 3DS is really good, just in general. You brought your DS to school constantly, making Pokemon sets. Helped you a lot with math. Yeah, I could see that. I just did some math today preparing for Monday. I'll be running Screamtail and OU, and I was doing, I got out the calculator to double check that +1 speed on Screamtail will bypass 422 speed to outspeed Dragapult. Good kill, like at max speed. Yeah, I totally see Pokemon helping out with math.
Mission ends in 60 seconds.
Brawl almost out of all the Smash games because it knew what it wanted to be. Oh, you like Brawl? Brawl's good. Brawl's really good. Smash 64 is my favorite game aesthetically, but Brawl is like really good. It's just, yeah, Sakurai was really petty. But my biggest feedback for Brawl isn't even the melee stuff, because I will say the silver lining is Brawl really helps you in neutral, because there's no hit stun and no combos outside of like tech chasing and like jab links. Brawl is like basically all about neutral. Like, and I definitely know that because Brawl was my first competitive Smash Bros game, a lot of that transferred over to me playing Melee and P+ today. You know, stray hits, patience, reads. And I've talked to Lasagna recently about this. I talked to Jade about this today. There definitely is like a new like type of Melee player that they get into Melee with Slippy, rollback netcode, good kill, and they look up guides of like how to get good with X character, and they just hone like whiff punish, X to Y combo, X to Y combo, X to Y combo, and they get good at it. But then what if someone recognizes their patterns? What if someone recognizes, oh, this is what you practice for your performance? Well, it's freeform jazz time, and I just took the guitar out of your hand. Can you sing? You know, and that's when we often see people rage quit. So Brawl definitely helped with that freeform jazz. Like, what are you gonna do? There's no hit stun. Like, you know, you patience, neutral. Ironically, probably stuff Sakurai didn't want to happen. You know, but little Timmy probably lost to his older brother at least a few times. So yeah, fundamentals is just something you can't really take away from fighting games in general. I think all the Smash Brothers games knew what they wanted to be. I do think... Oh, I didn't get back to what I was saying about Brawl. My biggest, like, constructive criticism about Brawl was I just wish they didn't remove the characters. I wish they didn't take out Mewtwo, Roy, Young Link, Pichu. Like, I think he could have kept all those characters. And what we saw with Ultimate, you know, he was willing to just port over a lot of stuff from Smash 4. And Smash 4 has a lot of stuff ported from Brawl. And I'm not complaining about that. That's fine in general. It's just I've always felt sad that you two didn't get to be standing up there alongside Bowser and Ganondorf in that epic subspace emissary cutscene where they're on the giant ship. That would have been awesome. Mewtwo there too. Good kill. Like, basically it should have been Mewtwo instead of Wario for hunting down characters. Wario's still in subspace, but he could be more of like a, you know, his anti-hero self, protagonist self. Yeah, I think all the Smash games are pretty confident in what they were. It's just, yeah, that being said, well, you know what, that being said, I do think especially Smash 4 and Ultimate Sakurai is a little bit with like a fork in the road of like, do I make this competitive or not competitive? Do I go back to Brawl or make it even more like Melee and 64? Because, excuse me, I will say this, competitive Ultimate's fine. I have noticed that because there is a bit more hit stun in Ultimate compared to Brawl, and it looks like Smash 4 and Ultimate pretty similar, but Ultimate does seem fast. Ultimate is overall faster. I have noticed that competitive Ultimate, because it still doesn't have as much hit stun as Melee, but it has more than Brawl, it's kind of this like limbo area where a lot of players are like, okay, this is like the combo route to do. Like, this is your plan A with Pikachu. This is your plan A with Incineroar, is do X to Y, X to Y, X to Y. Not that you can't do other things, but it's like the hit stun isn't high enough to have Melee's more like freeform ways of like doing a lot of different combo routes. I'm talking about like true combo hit stun, and then obviously like tech chasing. But because Ultimate has less hit stun, it's like, oh, if I don't do this next move, it's not a true combo. But at least, yeah, there's still resets. But it's definitely this, I think it's kind of like a physical way to show that Sakurai is currently in this kind of limbo of like, more like Brawl, more like Melee. And I just think like, if Smash 4 and Ultimate had an alternate game mode that played like Melee, there you go. Like, that'd be great. Half price shakes, you missed them. Yeah, from Sonic. You guys remember half price milkshakes and like slushies in 2014 at Sonic? That's kind of like OP. I don't know if Sonic will ever do that again. They do happy hour, but half price. Like, I'm talking half price, largest size peanut butter chocolate milkshakes. They had small, medium, large, XL. XL peanut butter chocolate, late at night, half price. Yeah, that was insane. Yeah, and this is all while we have like pretty bad fast food inflation right now, just overall. You didn't hate the Werehog stages. In fact, you liked the big band music. I agree. The big band music was awesome. And who was it? Oh, it was Ash, one of our local like community members, big Devil May Cry fan. The other night we were talking about how if Unleashed ever got remade, they should just hire the Devil May Cry developers to make the Werehog stages. Could you imagine playing a Devil May Cry Sonic game with the Werehog stages, like all these free-form ways to do combos, and it's just a lot more fluid? I think there's a recipe to cook there, like 5-star dining. Sega doing better in America compared to Japan probably did wonders. I'd have to look at the data, but I will say, like, from Sonic's creation, he was like US centered. And I'm not even saying it like as like a like, oh yeah, that's right, America's center of the world, baby. No. Like literally, like Sega wanted to make a mascot to compete with Mario. And you know, they're really, you know, there's a reason there's a saying like, be the American that Japan thinks you are, in terms of like Guile. Guile and Ken from Street Fighter. Be the cool American that Japan thinks you are. And so, you know, Sega was like, we gotta make a cool mascot. So, you know, when they thought you know, cool, they thought like, what's like cool, like, yeah, okay, America, like literally Sonic, I'm too cool kind of thing. Like, well, how do we get that? Obviously, you know, Sonic's not really going around boasting, being like, oh yeah, I'm an arrogant jerk. But it definitely was that. It was the mindset of like, how do we make a cool character? And so Sonic definitely was made with the United States in mind, and I could see that playing a big factor in as over time, Sega of America had more and more like influence with like decisions. You still think they do half-price shakes? They do happy hour. I don't know if they do half-price shakes. Keep me posted, though. Half-price shakes? You mean paying normal price at 2014 nowadays? They got rid of their large Sonic blast size. It was really sad to see. Yeah, fast food inflation basically. I'm not even joking. I think maybe a large shake half price would probably be regular price in 2014 almost. I hope we find a way to fix that. Hopefully soon. You watched your friend play a Roblox game that was Sonic Forces remade with Despicable Me characters? Send tweet. Definitely a packed statement. I don't mean that to like undermine you. Like actually, like I'm unpacking that. I'm like, well, hopefully it's good. I mean, Despicable Me 1 is a good movie. I still think it's like Illumination's best movie along with the Mario movie. And Despicable Me, what made that movie so good is they, lo and behold, put effort into their characters and narrative, just like a lot of good games tend to do. I love that Nostalgia Critic clip where he's like, effort, honest to God effort. It's so good. Good kill. Good kill. Alrighty, let me catch up on the live stream chat and then we'll call it a night. Alright, let's see. I'm not going to be reductive towards modern Zelda. I need to play Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I don't think those games deserve hate, like just genuine hatred. I don't think that's fair. I will say I know that Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom did change a lot for Nintendo games, and just it influenced a lot of game developers in a good way, but also at times I do think it pressured other series to try to be open worlds, which I'm not against, but you got to be careful with that. But I'm not going to be reductive towards modern Zelda and say it holds your hand. I will say Skyward Sword, I've played a bit of it, and yeah, it was a little bit more narrow in its direction, but that's not like, it doesn't ruin the game, but you definitely can see how it's a lot more, it's a little bit less freeform with just being on the main path of the game. And they were, I guess, you know, this was the game that they were going to try that out. I mean, Skyward Sword's a good game, but yeah, definitely, it's definitely something to take note of if they do other games similar to that. But old Zelda games like, yeah, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, really good. I'm playing Oracle of Ages right now. I'll be playing it tomorrow. It's been a lot of fun so far. I mean, I know that was Capcom that made it, but this is a good Zelda game, so definitely a lot to learn from. Definitely, I hope they make other future games similar to those two, but I'm not against modern Zelda at all. Just overall. It's 12:30 where you live. Hey, good night. Thanks for tuning in. Glad you had a good time. Yeah, I stream every night by default. So I will be back tomorrow, early afternoon on Tuesday, Wednesdays. So it'll be Zelda tomorrow, and then later that night, Yu-Gi-Oh! And TF2, Poker Night at the Inventory 2. Alright, well, have a good night, everyone. Thank you for tuning in. Stay safe out there, and adios.